All right, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No. Oh. Greg, we did touch the microphone, but.
Goodness, not a good start.
You're muted, Sarah.
I promised I tested it.
I know, this does this, but it's, I do think it's on this side. You can try it now.
Testing.
Wonderful.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Greg. I would like to call the business meeting of the Portland Board of Public Education to order. It is Tuesday, May 26th, 2026. We are meeting in a hybrid format with some of us here in Casco Bay and some online via Zoom. Tonight we have Board Member Opperman online and that's all I see right now, but others may be joining. We also do not have Superintendent Scallon tonight, but we have. In the attendee. Thank you for flagging. Board Member Lena, we're going to bring over Board Member Yusra Ali. She'll be joining online as well. And Dr. Warren, whenever you're ready, we can call the roll.
Board Member Ali. Board Member Yusra Ali. Vice Chair Bondo. Member Bryden.
Here.
Member Lena.
Here.
Member Noor. Member Opperman.
Here.
Member Sautel.
Here.
Student Representative Grant.
Here.
Student Representative Milstein-Jones. Student Representative Mohammed.
Here.
Student.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
okay.
Student Representative O'Brien. Chair Lentz.
Present, and Vice Chair Bondo just walked in, so if we could mark her present as well. Thank you for that. And now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Portland Public Schools recognizes the original inhabitants of the land on which our city and schools stand. The Woolis-Tigway or Maliseet, Mi'kmaq, Penobscot, and Passamaquoddy tribes known collectively as the Wabanaki Confederacy or People of the Dawnland. We are honored to have Wabanaki children among our students today, and as a district, we are committed to making the past, present, and future of Wabanaki peoples visible in our schools and classrooms. And as a reminder of our mission, the Portland Public Schools is responsible for ensuring a challenging, relevant, and joyful education that empowers every learner to make a difference in the world. We build relationships among families, educators, and the community to promote the healthy development and academic achievement of every learner. And our definition of equity is all people being held to high expectations and having access to opportunities that are reflective of their individual needs, identities, and experiences. Equity is achieved in Portland Public Schools when there are no identifiable differences in outcomes and experiences for any population subgroup. The agenda is going to be slightly changed up from what was published online. So first of all, Eid Mubarak to all who celebrate. Tonight we'll be opening up with our student remarks so that Student Representative Mohammed can get home to prepare for festivities. And we will also be breaking a few minutes before 8 o'clock to accommodate board members. So with that, Student Representative Mohammed, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Just as Chair Lentz just said, I wanted to start off and say happy Eid Mubarak to those, including myself, who are celebrating. I hope that all of us get to have.
You want to see if
Oh yeah, this one works.
This is an obstacle course for you.
Yeah. Okay, this
Oh.
this works.
One
I'm
moment.
sorry, student representative, can you pause for just a second? Greg, if you can hear me, can you please move over our board member who's showing up as Rooksy Rune in the attendees? Move over to the panelists. Thank you. Okay, sorry, student representative.
Okay, we should be good now. Yeah, so I hope all of us get to have a wonderful, happy, restful Eid tomorrow. And now on to the report. First, I wanted to talk a little bit about Culture Day, a continuity from my last report back in March. From all the way back in April, Deering High School held its annual Culture Day celebration. Students celebrated their heritage by dressing up, holding cultural performances, and sharing food. The last event of the day, featuring a dance performance from many hardworking students, was a personal favorite of many. Deering High School is proud to represent so many students from so many different cultures. And now for some in-school changes, we have a new Learning Center policy. I'm pleased to report on the successful implementation of our Learning Center reset, which launched this past April. For those who may not be familiar, the Learning Center is a dedicated block in our daily schedule designed for targeted academic support and enrichment. The reset was a strategic move to tighten our procedures by requiring students to check in with their advisory teachers and ensuring they are booked into specific academic classes or clubs to maximize instructional community time. Prior to this reset, our administrators were finding the attendance to this block to be inconsistent across the school. Since this transition, the impact has been positive. We've had improved attendance, measurable academic growth, and more focused enrichment/club time. Yay. And now into other business. The Deering players held a compelling stage reading of Shakespeare's Midsummer's Night Dream last week for their spring performance. We're so proud of them for putting on a great show, and we look forward to their performances in the future. DHS also held its annual spring concert last Wednesday night in the auditorium. Also, congratulations to them for all their hard work this year. Their performance was absolutely stunning. Senior Assembly/Awards Night will also be held in the auditorium Thursday night, May 28th at 6 p.m. Seniors will be honored and presented with various awards and scholarships for academic achievements, athletics, co-curriculars, leadership, and community/service engagement. Along a similar line, graduation will be on the 4th at Merrill Auditorium at 11 o'clock. We are so sad to say goodbye to our senior class, but we wish them good luck on whatever path they will pursue. And on to sports, which is the last segment since I wanted to keep this short for us. We have sports. Yeah. Sorry. DHS spring sports are heading into final 2 weeks of the regular season, and several teams are coming off of big/recent victories, including boys lacrosse, who defeated Cape Elizabeth 9-6 for the first time in program history on Friday night. DHS/PHS softball recorded 2 big wins last week versus Massabesic and Noble, and DHS baseball defeated Wyndham High School 5-4. Both tennis teams have enjoyed success this spring on the courts and have grown their rosters. And boys tennis junior captain of Casco Bay High School, Vivan Cheriwala, qualified for the MPA state singles finals again and only lost 1 league match this season in singles. Also, Deering's new sailing team concluded their season Saturday up at MDI in the Penn Bay League races. So yeah, we're pretty good. Boys lacrosse is one of the top Class A teams this spring and will likely host a playoff game in June, while baseball and girls lacrosse are running for Class A playoff bids too. Coming up this week, we have a very busy week of spring sports action as softball, boys lacrosse, and girls tennis all host their senior night games and ceremonies on Tuesday night at DHS. Also, Deering and Portland baseball will meet up and play for city bragging rights on the Diamond Tuesday at 4:30 over at historic Hadlock Field. I wish I knew what some of those words were. Unified Bocce also has 2 home matches this week on Tuesday and Friday versus TA and Yarmouth High School. DHS Outdoor Track and Field has had a fantastic spring season once again and will compete at the SMAA League/Regional Championships this Friday at Wyndham high school at the end of the week on Saturday. Baseball will host its senior night for Sanford and Hadlock Field at 12:30 p.m. with boys lacrosse and softball playing rivalry games on the road at NYA in Westbrook. Okay, thank you. That was a lot. Sorry.
No, that was awesome. Thank you so much, Student Representative Mohammed. Does anybody have questions? Yeah, Board Member Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. That was a really great set of things to hear about. I have two quick questions.
Yep.
The first one is, did I hear correctly that there's unified bocce?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
really, we have a lot of unified teams.
That's fantastic. And then my other question is a little bit has a little bit more substance. I jotted down the Learning Center block update that you were talking about. It
Yep.
sounds like a really great opportunity to improve student outcomes. I'm curious how much student voice was or was not involved in getting to that point, and whether you can you reflect on that a little bit?
So it was mostly a decision kind of handled by the staff. But it was actually a requirement for students to be in learning center, so it wasn't like a massive imposition on any of us, and we weren't too angry about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Did I see your hand up, Board Member Lena? No. I'm curious, Student Representative Mohammed, what your favorite end of year activity is at Deering?
Okay. Honestly, this really isn't that much of an official activity, but I like to goof off when I'm done with finals in class. Yeah.
We'll count that.
Yep.
That's great. Thank you so much for sharing. Let me just double check that there isn't anybody on Zoom that wants to ask you a question. Just really appreciate that update. So thank you, and have a lovely celebration tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now I'd like to open up public comment. So if there's anyone that would like to give public comment either here in the room or on Zoom, if you're on Zoom, you can raise your Zoom hand. And if you're here in the room, you can come up to the podium. And beautiful. And so I'll just start to read the guidelines while Elizabeth makes her way up. So speakers will be recognized by the board chair, and comments should be addressed to the board chair. Each individual's public comment will be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes or 6 minutes where an individual is using an interpreter. Individuals may not relinquish a portion of their allotted time. Speakers should introduce themselves by name and city of residence. Members of the public may speak on any subject directly related to school and education matters except for personnel matters. Complaints or positive comments concerning specific employees or individuals or matters pertaining to individual students, which shall be addressed through established policies and procedures. Discussion of personnel matters is not permitted during public comment due to the privacy, confidentiality, and due process rights of school employees. Speakers must refrain from engaging in disruptive conduct, including but not limited to using vulgar and/or obscene language, threatening others using words or by other actions, using pejorative or discriminatory language with reference to a person or a group on the basis of their religion, ethnicity, nationality, race, color, descent, gender, or other identity factor, making defamatory comments, exceeding the allotted time limits, talking over or interrupting others, and offering comment on matters unrelated to the school and education matters. The board will not respond to any of the comments given. The audience is asked to refrain from responding, including applause, comments, or disruptions. I'll stop any public comment that is contrary to these rules, and individuals who refuse to comply may be asked to leave. Like I said, you can come forward to the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. I will alternate if needed, and I'll keep the time and raise a yellow folder indicating you have 30 seconds remaining. I'll raise a red folder signifying the end of your time. Elizabeth?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Elizabeth Capone Newton in Portland. I just have a point of order question first, actually. What's the quorum for the school board, and are there people on Zoom tonight?
Yes, the quorum is 5, and yes, there are.
Cool, thanks. It looked a little spare in terms of voting members. Yeah, I just wanted to say hello to the people who are here in person and say that I look forward to hearing back from you in terms of the letter that you received, which included quite a few items that aren't related to personnel. Um, and that letter was from 12 parents at Moore Middle School. And we have not, to my knowledge, received any substantive response to the content of the letter. Two board members chose to acknowledge receipt of the letter. Um, so for myself and out of respect for the other 11 parents who signed the letter, we look forward to hearing your response. It might only be 3 sentences, but there are substantive things in the letter. Um, for example, the expectation for how principals handle um, protest, whether they're allowed to use threats of calling the police um, when students are engaged in peaceful protest, with the enhanced obviously immigration has been an issue for decades for people in this country. Obviously with the surge of immigration enforcement this week, and recently in general, the threat to call the police falls disproportionately, not equally on all students. So I would really hope that at a minimum, board members would choose to find a principled way to respond to that concern. Um, I don't know if you saw the article in the Portland Press Herald that was written after the meeting 2 weeks ago, but if you only read it online, then you missed that it was on the front page and quite beautiful. I noticed that tonight you don't have printed agendas, and I would appreciate it if you chose moving forward to start the process again where you at least have a couple printed agendas on the table. Not everyone easily finds their way through your calendar to look online, and it's fair to print a couple. Um, but I noticed looking online at the agenda that you'll be approving a probationary teacher for next year tonight. And I thought that was great because it tells me what I figured I already knew. 30 more seconds, please, which is that you totally have the ability at your next meeting and every meeting you have between now and September to put one more teacher on your agenda and renew. You totally have that ability in terms of your process as a board. So, I look forward to hearing from you. And it's not lost on me that the reason you're sitting at that table is because voters vote. And the reason that you have a school budget is because voters vote. So I hope it's not lost on you that there is someone above you in the hierarchy, and it's voters. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Nico online. Nico, whenever you're ready, you can come off mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Nico Wales. I live in Portland, Maine. I do just want to point out, just from the start, that I swear to God that I wrote this before that first parent spoke. Um, this is just a friendly reminder asking essentially all of you, but Jane Sawtell and Maya Lena, to resign. It's just extremely frustrating watching this week after week of parents, staff members coming up, trying to connect with you, and it going nowhere. Over the last couple of years, I figured out what you can and can't do. You can't really do anything if students don't have a teacher or lesson plans for half a year and students aren't learning. It's kind of sad that board member Bryden showed more concern tonight for a study period and how that shook out than our kids learning last year. You can't respond to emails or phone calls. I almost want to bet my salary that the two board members that did respond to that email were Maya Lena and Jane Sawtell, because they're the only ones that ever respond to any emails. You don't have a say in any hirings or firings or personnel issues. I'm going to come back to that one. You can't talk about the status of any investigations. You can't tell us who works at central office or what they make. You talk about equity and high expectations basically for everyone except for yourselves. I mean, I'm looking at the school board and it says we primarily do this job in terms of providing program of education for all the students in our system by establishing policies with direct instructional support and programs. I don't think you guys do that. I think you guys just okay whatever Ryan wants you to do. So I feel like this whole thing is backwards. I figured out some things you can do. You can yell at PPS staff without consequence, Board Member Opperman. You can not follow up with a promise in terms of serious questions and complaints, Board Member Lentz. You tried your best to fire Murph last year, even though you say you can't do anything about personnel issues. I mean, we all watched that. You guys really wanted to fire Murph, but you couldn't because you didn't know the law. Something you can do is you can all unanimously approve Ryan for another contract through 2030, despite everything going on. So it seems pretty clear that you don't work for the people, you work for Ryan. It's just really sad that none of the PPS staff or
30 seconds.
members in our community have any actual representation with the school board. You guys, literally, the only thing you guys can do is you unanimously approved Ryan's contract without any public comment because apparently you couldn't do that. That wasn't part of the process. It's just really sad. And before you say anything, I'm going to respectfully ask for another 30 seconds. Again, I just want to point out, watching these board meetings time and time again of staff members, parents, asking you guys to do the bare bone basics, and you guys literally can't even respond to an email. Ali Al-Sarraj, Ali, Mickey Bondo, never respond. It's just sad. The only person that seems to understand how backwards this board
Time,
operates
Nico.
is Jane Sawtell, so please resign. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to give public comment, either here in person or online? Okay, I don't see anyone, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I wanted to use my remarks tonight to remind us of things that happened at the end of the year. And Student Representative Mohammed started us off, but this is a pretty joyful time in the district and wanted to remind us to experience it as much as possible. And also, there is on June 1st from 6 to 8, there's a virtual opportunity to join a community engagement session to help inform the middle school design project. So that's a virtual opportunity. And then the day after on June 2nd from 6 to 8, there's an in-person opportunity at Ocean Avenue School to do the same. And this will not be the only time to give input on that process, but it is the time at this time of year where that will be offered. And then let's see, other Deering High School news that you didn't mention that I get to mention. Deering High School senior Alma Wallace was named a National Merit Scholar, and she is one of only 8 across Maine. It was a rigorous process to get there, and she has been awarded that award. The Maine Model UN took place again this year at USM, and Deering High School had 47 students participate. Deering took home the award for Best Large Delegation for the 2nd year in a row. Congratulations, Deering. Myself, Vice Chair Bondo, and Board Member Noor all were able to attend the Make It Happen 12th grade farewell ceremony last week. It was incredibly inspiring to hear students talk about how meaningful the program is and how much personal and academic support they received in the program. Much appreciation to all of the staff there who lead this vital program and for creating the space for that just really wonderful celebration. Next Wednesday and Thursday, we will host graduation ceremonies for all of our high schools. Board members, please do try to attend. They are such lovely celebrations, and each one has their own flair, but there's just so much celebration and joy there. You can find information about this ceremony on each of the high schools' web pages. And Dr. Warren, will those be recorded this year? Okay, so in case you can't make it, you can watch the recordings in case you have loved ones in other places who can't get there. And then, we heard it in public comment a little bit tonight, but since our last meeting, we've just gotten a lot of questions about what the board's role is and what the board's role is not. And I am just going to give a short summary here, but also will really direct people to visit some state statutes, which is Title 20A, Section 1001. And I just want to acknowledge that this board and school boards across the state exist within processes and procedures that we ourselves did not design, and they are often confusing and hard to navigate. And I just want to acknowledge that that is true of the system that we are operating in. And so you can read the statute, but overall, our duties are in these categories. We create and adopt policies. That mainly happens through the policy committee. We manage school property. We select and manage the superintendent. We help create the budget, including making sure that insurance premiums, employee benefits are covered. We maintain a process for student expulsion, a student code of conduct, and school discipline. And we maintain a variety of policies as outlined by the state, which include things like pest management, bomb threats, no cell phones in schools. There's a whole list of them that we're required to make sure that we update and manage. And I also just want to note that unlike other elected officials, our constituents are not those that voted for us, rather they are the students and the schools in the district. So those are the people that we report to. I do recognize that voters have an incredible power and we are held accountable to them, but in terms of constituency, that is the way that the law is written. And I just recognize again that these items feel counterintuitive and that there might be some things that are missing, but I'm sharing for the sake of transparency, and I welcome you to reach out with questions or thoughts. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Warren tonight, who's going to be doing pinch hitting for the superintendent remarks.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lentz. So I'm Sarah Warren. I'm the Chief of Strategy and Operations for the district. And I just wanted to share a couple thoughts, and then I'm bringing up a wonderful partner of ours to talk with us about our swim safety program. But before I get into that introduction, let me just note that we just passed Memorial Day weekend. And while many of us celebrate the unofficial start of summer, gatherings with family and friends, time outdoors, and anticipating the end of the school year, at the same time, it's an important period of reflection. And I want to pause and remember the many people who have lost their lives in conflict, to honor the courage of those who made the sacrifice and serve in service of their countries, and to recognize the toll of war on all who are touched by it. I also want to recognize that this evening marks the beginning of the Eid al-Adha holiday for our Muslim community. And so to our board members, the students, families, and staff who are celebrating, I wish you all an Eid Mubarak. And now, without further ado, I would like to ask our friend and colleague, Brooke Teller, to come up. She's the executive director of the Maine Community Swimming Organization. And we're just so thrilled that this partnership has continued to blossom, and it will be reaching all of our second graders, I believe, in the coming year. So Brooke, take it away. I'm going to pull up your slides right now.
Awesome. Thanks, board, for having me. And thank you, Chair Lentz and Dr. Warren. So I will also wait for the slides to come up. But I'm Brooke Teller, and I'm the founder and executive director of Maine Community Swimming. We have been in existence for 2 years now, but my connection with swimming and the Portland Public Schools goes far deeper than that. The notion of Maine Community Swimming started over a decade ago when I was a teacher here at Casco Bay High School, and we launched our Casco Bay Swim Intensive for our high school students that did not know how to swim. And so that sat in the back of my head for a long time. And 2 years ago, turned it into this nonprofit. And we already partner with the Portland Public Schools in many ways, including high school programming still with the Casco Bay Swim Intensive and with Portland High students, looking to expand that to the Deering students as well. But we're here tonight to talk about second grade and capturing all second grade students in the Portland Public Schools. So our goal is that all approximately 500 second graders in the Portland Public Schools have access to swim lessons. We know that access to swim lessons reduces the chance of drowning by 88%. So it's super important that we get our students swimming as early as possible. And we have a number of schools in the district that have been doing that along the way with a pause during the pandemic. But when we think about the goal of equity in the district, we need to think about how do we get all second graders into lessons. So I share this statistic that 54% of Americans can't swim well enough to save themselves. And that's a staggering number, and we don't want the students of the Portland Public Schools to be part of that statistic. And so the next slide will show you what does that mean. It means you can jump into water over your head and come back up, that you can float on your back or tread water for at least 1 minute, turn over, swim a length of the pool, and get out of the water. So many of us can think right now, like, can we do that ourselves? And so our goal is to start to introduce our second graders to ways to be safe in the water. They might not, after 6 to 7 lessons, be able to do this, but they will know ways to be safe around the water and to support their classmates as well in doing safe things when they engage with the water environments. So just some of the statistics that drowning is the leading cause of death for children 1 to 4 years old, and it's the second leading cause of unintentional injury death for children ages 5 to 14. And the danger starts off, and the next slide I think is the bar chart, starts off as the youngest children, bathtubs are the most dangerous, so very small bodies of water. But when we start to get into the 1 to 4 and 5 to 13, we're talking about swimming pools and natural bodies of water. And unfortunately, in Portland, we have lost students from the Portland schools to drownings in the Presumpscot River. And so all of what we're doing at Maine Community Swimming and what we're doing with the Portland Public Schools around water safety is to start to address those things and to do what we can, just like we have other curriculum within our health education. Water safety should be part of what we do in the Portland Public Schools as well. So I've already said all of this about what the competency skills are and that it can reduce the risk of drowning up to 88%. Next slide, please. And so here's what's been happening and what we hope will happen. So I will say that East End has always been out in front. Marge Queen was a huge proponent in her time here and taught me a lot about how to get second graders into swim lessons. And we do these swim lessons with the Portland Parks and Rec. So Maine Community Swimming, we are an organization without a swimming pool. So sometimes what we are bridge builders. And so we help build bridges between the schools and the Portland Parks and Rec, who have the capacity to teach many of our second graders. And what historically would happen is that the parent-teacher organizations would fundraise and pay for it. And so some schools had swim lessons and other schools did not. And that to us was not okay. And so we've stepped in to help make the connections and to pay the bill. So the district has been paying for transportation, but Maine Community Swimming has been stepping in to pay the city bill for the swim lessons. And so 2 years ago, Reike, East End, and Presumpscot were going to the Reike pool for lessons. This year, we added Ocean Ave. And in conversations with the city and a few other partners, we have figured out a way, even with the Riverton pool still being closed next year, to get every school
asterisks, the island schools we're working on. But to get every mainland school into swim lessons, the city will pick up Talbot and Longfellow. Maine Community Swimming is going to teach Lyseth at the Boys and Girls Club, which is the pool we rent during the school year. And the Westbrook Community Center is going to teach our students from Row on Fridays. And I'll actually be part of that programming with them as well. So we have found a path forward for all of the mainland second graders to have swim lessons, and the island schools will work with to figure out what that looks like, because that will be special depending on boats and things like that. So next slide. The proposal is that over the next 5 years, the payment transitions from Maine Community Swimming covering the cost to the district eventually covering the cost of those second grade swim lessons. And so the hope would be that we can create an MOU that would lay that out. And the total cost at this time is $17,500. It's about $35 a student to teach them 6 to 7 swim lessons. We also provide a bin of caps and swimsuits and long sleeve shirts and goggles. So each school has the equipment that they need so that students, if they don't have those things, including culturally sensitive swimwear, to go to the lessons. And so you can see the breakdown on the chart. I'm not going to go through what every year looks like, but each year the district would pick up 25% of the cost. I'm not going to say it would be lovely if that happened sooner than 5 years, but we are happy to be a partner in making this happen. And of course, tonight is about the second graders, but we recognize students don't all start here at pre-K. And so we also are looking for a path forward with 6th graders in a partnership with the Y, and then Maine Community Swimming adding Deering to the group of high school students that come downtown to swim with us. Does anyone have any questions?
Board Member Lena, go ahead.
Thank you, Brooke. This is awesome. One quick question is part of the cost fees associated with other entities like Boys and Girls Club and Westbrook? Like, would the cost be the same if the Riverton pool were to be open? Do you anticipate?
I think it would be the same. So an example, we pay about $2,000-ish, depending on the number of students, dollars to swim, each school to swim with Portland Parks and Rec at Reiki. So that would be the same cost. It's going to be what Westbrook is going to charge us. It's what ours would be a little bit less for Maine Community, because I'm not going to charge myself to pay my, anyway. But yes, it would be similar.
Board Member Biden.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brooke, for this information. I took swim lessons in 1st grade at the Riverton pool. And so it's still the Riverton Community Center, but I'm so excited for that pool to be back up and running, hopefully within that 5-year window that you were pointing to. I'm curious to follow up on Board Member Lena's question, would transportation costs be different? It would be obviously the Talbot students not needing to get on a bus, but
So
their trips might be shorter.
Yeah, great question. The transportation costs have been covered by the schools. So I don't have it. I knew at one time it was about $100 a trip, but we have not been paying that. But the district has, each school in the district has been paying for that.
So there would be a financial impact, but not in the sense of like the Maine Community Swimming budget, more the overall. Okay. My other question has to do with, so the discussion about, potentially over 5 years, moving the cost into the budget. Can you talk a little bit about funding and revenue mechanisms currently? I'm assuming it's a lot of fundraising and contributions and donations.
That's exactly what it is. So it's grant writing, it's fundraisers, it's just, asking people for money.
Yep.
And so that's how it's happening at this point in time.
Okay. And then my last question, if you could access the funding to scale more, 2nd grade, 6th grade, Deering, amazing. There's a need at every age, right? Can you talk a little bit about, like, if you could, wave a magic wand and get the funding that you need, like, what would that look like?
It's a great question. I think we run out of infrastructure before we run out of great ideas to get kids in the pool. If we could do it every year, we would. I don't the city does not have the capacity,
Even with the Riverton pool.
even with the Riverton
Okay.
pool back open.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, Student Representative Grant, go ahead.
Do you know when the Riverton pool is slated to be open?
That's a
Or
very
is
good
that a
question.
running mystery?
Well, it's still, an exact date is a mystery, but I know
Okay.
that there was just some funding approved to finish it.
Yeah.
So there seems to be a light at the
Okay.
end of, but we have a great, reopening of the outdoor pool on
Kiwanis,
Douglas
yes,
Street. So
yes.
that is looking like a, early July open date. And
Yes,
so a
I
great
knew about
place
that.
for folks to go.
Mhm.
Sign up on my rec so that you can, if you need a scholarship, you can be in their system.
I know
Perfect. Good plug.
they hit some significant complications and cost overruns or complications that made it a lot
Yeah.
more expensive. So I don't know, we've got Scott Watson sitting back here from facilities. I'm wondering if you remember our last meeting with the city. I think it's at least another year.
Mhm.
It's a ways out.
Board Member Aberman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, Brooke, thank you for being persistent in this all along. I have two questions. One, have you been able to access any money from the foundation, Portland Public Schools, at this point?
All right, first great question. So the Foundation for Portland Public Schools has been our fiscal sponsor for the past 2 years. So Andy has been a great partner in this work and has supported the work we do and helping me learn how to write grants. And then additionally, the Ed Feeney Fund, which supports athletics and equipment, has been supportive of the work that we're doing with Maine Community Swimming. So the foundation has been a significant partner in our work. We will launch on our own on July 1, as we now have a 501c3 status, and will come out from under fiscal sponsorship.
Excellent. Is there any way that the, whatever it's called, Kiwanis pool is available to the schools? Is it too cold in, or can it be used in September? I wondered if that's a possibility for some lessons somehow.
That's a great question. My guess is it's not going to be a matter of the pool being available in September, but the staffing as they transition back to Reiki pool. There's already a nationwide shortage of lifeguards. I will also put out a plug. We need lifeguards at the outdoor pool. I have applied to be a lifeguard at the outdoor pool to make sure that that pool can be open. So I think it's not for lack of a great relationship with the city and being able to utilize the pool. I don't know that there'll be the staff to do it.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Brooke, I just had a comment, which is, I've just watched you grow this over the years. And also, like, in parallel, I've watched less student injuries and harm happen in the water every year. And I am just incredibly grateful that you've moved this along. And the $35 to change the outcome of a kid's life is very reasonable. And so I certainly individually would support some sort of MOU and, cost share over time, because I do think that, like, it is a community benefit to make sure that all of these kiddos have those skills. And also, just something that I heard in the community is people saying that their kids just have a better appreciation for water and understanding their skill level as it relates to the water, right? So not just getting into a river because it's a fun body of water, but saying, oh, maybe I don't have the skills for this and that. So I'm really, really grateful for everything you're doing for the community, because we all feel it.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Oh, and if people want to support your work or find out more, what should they do?
They could go to mainecommunityswimming.org. Check
Awesome.
out our website.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And on behalf of Superintendent Scallon, he did ask me to just express his appreciation and commitment to figuring out the funding for this, understanding and appreciating that the school system can and should be really contributing our share. So we're grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Chair, with that, if it's okay, I will move on and we will do a brief update on the Lincoln Middle School heating system. Scott Watson, who's our Assistant Director of Facilities. Scott, you can just maybe sit closer to the mic in case we've got burning questions. I'm going to do the bulk of the presentation, but Scott will step in to save me as needed. And while I have Scott here too, I just want to acknowledge that our current Director of Facilities, Tamara Sweeney, will be leaving us this summer in July. And since I have the mic, I want to take the opportunity to thank her publicly for all the work that she's done here. She's been amazing. And we're incredibly fortunate that Scott Watson is here and going to stay here and step into that role of director when Tamara goes. So we're feeling very fortunate and wish Tamara well when she goes back home to Ohio. So Lincoln Middle School. Let me just share again here. All right, so we've provided some update in previously, but there's been a lot of studying and thinking and working with our consultants to figure out what's reasonable and what we should bring back to the board as next steps. So I'll go backwards a little bit just to remind people of how we got to where we are now, and then I'm going to share a little bit about our current thinking and recommendation for the board. So following a series of leaks in the heating system, starting in the 2024-25 school year and then extending into the 25-26 school year, our facilities team engaged an outside consultant to do a very thorough study across the entire school to try to understand better what the scale of the problem was. The report that came out of that concluded that the heating pipes throughout the system had deteriorated to such an extent that one could call this system as being at end of life. And then given the severity of that conclusion and the magnitude of it, we decided to bring in some additional consultants to give us second and third opinions and got essentially the same conclusion from them. In January of 2026, we contracted with Harriman, another regular contractor and partner of ours, to do what's called a rough order of magnitude report, looking at different possible approaches to and a rough sense of the costs of what it would take to replace the system. And that study provided 3 possible approaches with 2 different timeframes. So what we're sharing here tonight is a little bit more about those findings and then the way that we believe that this work needs to be aligned with some of the other key initiatives that we have recently begun that touch on this same initiative. So just as a sort of primer on the system there, it's old, although it shouldn't have failed yet. It's a natural gas steam boiler system, and it's got a couple of boilers. They're approximately 12 and 26 years old. And so there was piping done that goes back to the 96 renovation that was done in the building. A 2017 assessment started pointing to problems and nearing the end of service life. But as mentioned earlier, we had a significant number of leaks. And just in the last 2 heating seasons, this most recent winter and the one before, we had 12 heating system leaks. And that, just for perspective, accounts for 25% of the heating pipe leaks around the entire district. So it's not a problem that's unique to Lincoln, but it is particularly significant at Lincoln. And we did have one leak in April of 25 that was especially significant that required us to kind of rush in and close down a hallway, clean up a lot of floors. So that type of leak is incredibly disruptive to the school day, to say the least. So the consultants that came in did a thorough study. They looked at 70 pipe locations, and then we removed an additional couple of pipe samples. And the corroding of these pipes causes pinhole pricks, basically. And because of the steam moving through the system, the water and steam moving through, it pushes out and creates leaks through the pipes into potentially a ceiling or tile or the room below. So the rough order of magnitude study that was conducted by Harriman, which is supposed to help us get a step closer to figuring out how we're going to tackle this issue, came up with 3 different design options. One is essentially kind of a replacement of the current system with something similar. And this technical stuff is where I'm going to call on Scott if people need more explanation in detail. Definitely not my area of expertise. And then a second one is replacing the hydronic piping and related equipment, the boiler, the steam piping and steam heated equipment, and discontinuing the use of steam. So meaning that the water-based system would be the only one functioning. And then another option would be more of a hybrid approach, which is more green, sustainable, with supplemental fossil fuel boilers. And then when they were looking at how this could be done in terms of timing, they proposed one potential schedule that had us essentially doing the work over 2 consecutive summers, allowing school to continue in between, and then a second phase that would be summer basically running into fall, so a longer stretch. As you can see, the costs that they estimated for these different approaches range pretty dramatically, from 3.4 million at the bottom end all the way up to 10.3 million at the top end. And right now we've got roughly $2 million set aside in capital improvement funding to go towards this type of work. So at the moment, we don't actually have enough money set aside even to do the cheapest of these options. So there are a number of different considerations that we want to make sure we're taking into account. We want to limit the disruption, obviously, to school. We have to be honest with ourselves about how long it takes to do a project like this, and the entire procurement, bidding, finding the vendors, doing the design, all of those things, even once we've figured out what we want to do, can take a year, more than a year, 18 to 24 months, depending on which route we take, and procuring the right equipment, et cetera. If we delay our decisions for too long, that can, push us up against the time when we'd ideally like to be starting work, and then make it harder for us to actually get the vendors and launch the project. And then we want to make sure that the system stays operational as long as possible up until the point where we actually really need to start doing work. And we do want to take into account that there may be ways of phasing this work. But if it were to be planned to be done before the heating season and then it ran over, then we would have to have some pretty significant backup plans in place. So the deeper we have dug into this and tried to figure out what could be the best way forward for our school community, for our students, we realized that we have the benefit, and maybe a slight complication, but a benefit really of having multiple other related initiatives going on at the same time, that we believe we can tap into the resources that come with those initiatives to help us figure this one out, and hopefully to do it in a way that is as strategic and as cost-effective as possible. So Harriman is the company that did the study for us that we were just looking at, the so-called ROM study, but they are also the company that won the bid to do a district-wide comprehensive facility study for us and a long-term facilities plan. And we would really like to see the work that we're doing and planning around Lincoln couched within that larger district-wide plan. At the same time, we've also just contracted with a company called Train Technologies to evaluate energy saving opportunities across schools. And then third, and also very significant right now, we've just launched work on our middle school design and reimagining project, which is in response to the board's resolution on that subject. And we believe all of these things can and should work together alongside each other and sort of talking back and forth to each other to help us understand the problems at Lincoln so that they are not being looked at in isolation, but in the broader context of what it is we're trying to do with our middle school programming and our middle school buildings, as well as the district more broadly. So what we're recommending as a next step is that we integrate the work that we're doing with Harriman and Train on the comprehensive facility study and the energy sustainability work together with our middle school resolution work. As we bring Harriman and Train on board to do this work with us, there are any number of things that they could begin with because both of them will be looking district-wide across all buildings. But by starting the work and focusing both of those companies now on just the middle schools and really doing a deep dive into the needs of all three of those buildings, we believe that we can come back to the board with a more comprehensive and a more thoughtful proposal about what's the potentially the best way forward. So not just fixing an individual heating system, but thinking about what's the right heating system and what other work would we want to be doing in a building if we were going to be opening it up for that level of renovation or rehabilitation. And so we're recommending, we've talked to Harriman about this. They've are game and they're already starting to look specifically at all three middle schools as their first stop in their district-wide assessment. And then our goal is to bring them together with Train so that we can bring in that energy savings component at the same time. And then we believe we would have more information on all of those things, should have it by the end of summer, and we would feed that into the broader process around the middle school resolution. And so our proposal would be to feed this into the middle school resolution process and then bring the proposal back to the board in October as part of that larger process.
Wait 1 second. Are you ready for questions? Yeah, Vice Chair Bondo, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I keep going down. I cannot recognize myself short time.
All of our
All right,
chairs
thank you
keep
so
moving
much. So
down.
I just have
Yeah.
two clarifications questions, and the first one is on the two-phasing approaches. I think we have one for the full year and the other one using the 2 years span during summer break. So I just wonder if we use that one during summer break, so we have like 2 months for the break, and then we wait for another cycle of the year to use again the second year during summer. So what kind of option are we going to have during that first winter for the heat system for the school?
Yeah, sure. So the first option of going continuous isn't necessarily a year, but if we started on July 1st, it would go into the school year for an undefined period, probably about 9 months from start to finish, assuming there was no one in the school to interrupt.
Right.
If we went into the 2 phases where it's one summer and then the following summer, some of the challenges that we face is that it would require probably 2 shifts of work, and we would have a 90-day window in between start and finish of each, with the goal of doing it in 2 halves where we would put half the school on a new boiler in year 1. During that first heating season, it would be half the school on the new system and half on the old system, with it running the entire heating system. And then the second year, the second summer, the second boiler system would be installed for the second half of the school. The real challenge with doing 2 summers is one, resources available to do the work. On paper, it can be done.
Right.
Some of the challenges we have with labor working 2 shifts over the summer is an internal concern on the facilities side. And also cost. Mobilization is setting up and breaking down and then setting back up again. And if you see the difference between
Exactly. Yeah.
option 1 and 2, each one of those, the difference is about $2+ million for mobilization. To have that interruption in between, the first and second half.
Thank you. You just answered my second question because it was about the cost. Because when I compare those 2 phases, you can see the one has the 2-year span has a little more costly on the system right here. So you just say that is because of
Yeah,
those interruption periods, right?
Yeah, remobilization is very expensive.
Yeah.
Vice Chair, can I just add one thing? Which is that this is what came out of that rough orders of magnitude study, but we're still talking and pushing and trying to figure out if there are still more options and different ways of phasing this. So we're not letting it sit here yet. We really want to make sure if there's a way that we could not shut down school at all, but still have the cost savings, that would be our ideal scenario. So we're not there yet, but we're still exploring.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ideally, there's a 1.0, 1.5 version.
Board Member Sautel, go ahead.
Thanks. I have 4 questions and I don't know if they're answerable or not. And I know I'm going to sound argumentative, but if I don't understand something, I figure there are other people listening who don't either. Going back to the historical context, when we got the report in 2017 saying the system was nearing end of life, what was the response to that? Did we try to patch things together or?
I personally was not here, so all I have is the assessment itself. I can tell you that in between 2017 and 3 years ago, there was CIP funds for improving a boiler system. However, 2 years ago, I brought in a mechanical engineer and the 2 of us reviewed the system. And if you're just looking at the boiler system itself and the heat exchange and the pipes, we did not see a reason to replace. There was some major work done by the city during that time, but historically, I can't tell you from 2017 to 2023 how that path went.
And just as a reminder, we as the school district just took over HVAC again this year, so within the last several months, and are learning a lot as we go.
And I can't find it on here, but did you say at some point systems are failing sooner than they probably would be expected to fail?
Yeah, so there's a study that we did on the piping back in August, September. It's about a 75-page report. And what was found was there were when the pipe was tested and sent to a lab, what it was found is that there were high volumes of oxygen and also high volumes of copper in the pipe. The copper, when it attaches to the black iron pipe, it pulls the carbon out and then it starts pitting. And then how the system is maintained can create high oxygen levels. And there were high oxygen levels found in that pipe. So a couple different reasons, a lot of maintenance is definitely a reason, the maintenance path and water treatment that it was going down. It shortened the lifespan of the pipe.
Okay. And I ask this question all the time, and I don't think it's necessary for you, Scott, but maybe it is. I still don't really understand why the school department bears the full expense of these repairs when we don't own the buildings. I mean, and I know
I
it's all
think that is
tax
a
dollars,
very
but-
good question. And I can also, in the research that I've done, I cannot find the decision maker of that originally, but it is what has been passed along to us. But I agree. And I think that's also like the intention behind the MOU that we are trying to get done with the city is to start having a more collaborative agreement, because I agree, if we don't own the buildings, then like there seems to be a mismatch there.
Well, thanks. And so in this planning, that's like a long-range comprehensive plan incorporating the middle school redesign, will someone from the city play a role in the assessments and proposals? I mean, ostensibly, at some point, they would own these assets, right?
So I will just chime in that, the city also launched its own kind of comprehensive view of their facilities, but did not include the schools, which is why we are having to do our own path with this. And so, I don't know if either of you want to chime in, but I think there has been a little bit of resistance to working collaboratively on that. I think it's something we're, definitely interested in, but it has been I just think you're highlighting some of the tensions that exist within our relationship.
Thanks.
Dr.
Yeah,
Moore, I don't know if you would.
I mean, I do want to say that at the staff level, we work very well with the city facilities folks. And certainly when we're working on issues related to buildings and grounds, we talk with them. I mean, we meet with them regularly, and so we would be sharing this with them, but I wouldn't imagine them having any particularly central role in making the determination about the next steps. There's a historic piece to this that I still don't fully understand, where a number of years ago, they actually did the work and managed our facilities, and then at some point, it came back over to the school system to manage, except for HVAC. And then we finally took over the HVAC just within this past year. And I will say that in many ways, I think we prefer to have that control and direct oversight of our buildings and our systems for kind of this. This is a good example of something that we didn't deeply understand what was going on until we were the ones managing it. So I wouldn't necessarily want to give over that kind of control, but these questions around the fiscal responsibility and the ultimate ownership of the buildings, I think, is a political conversation worth continuing.
Thanks.
And I don't think all of those questions are really good. I'm glad you asked them. They are ones that I have pondered for a long time as well. And just wanted to also highlight something. It was in the last board update, but just making sure it's on our radar in this conversation is that the city has said that they are no longer interested in moving forward with central office as a shelter. So I think that there's still ongoing conversation around that, but that that kind of statement from the city also makes me want to look at this comprehensively as opposed to just one building at a time here. And I think the big question that I have in my head is just around safety of the building, right? And I think we've had a couple conversations in finance committee and here, and just are we going to be able to ensure a safe building for young people if they're in it this fall at Lincoln?
And so I think under the current, what we have in front of us and what we're, looking at in terms of trying to deepen this exploration and understanding and building the plan, I don't see a universe in which we're not in Lincoln come the fall of the coming school year, right? I think our assumption is that students will be back at Lincoln in late August, early September. But we then need to figure out the next year. So most of these plans probably have us starting the work the following summer. And we do want to make sure that we keep on pace with this process and the decision making so that we're positioned to do that. Because if we miss next summer as an opportunity to get some of that work done, then we may well be delaying ourselves much more than we would want to. And at the same time, we just, you know, we do need to go deeper into what the different possible options are. And Scott and I were just talking about this earlier today, having multiple sort of fail-safe options so that if there were a failure in one part of the building, we've got a way that we can keep, students going and keep educating students in other parts of the building. Or if we truly, worst came to worst and we had a significant enough failure that we had to move students out and staff obviously altogether, then we would have a backup plan of where to go. But that's worst case scenario, and we're hoping that we can figure this out and get this work done before we reach that level.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I just have one other question, and then I'll come to you, Board Member Bryden, which, Scott, I was just curious, like, what you're seeing in terms of like increase of labor and supplies right now. I mean, I know that most everything in this country is increasing in price, and I was just wondering, like, how is that currently affecting the work that we're doing, and if we have any idea of like what the future looks like around that. Okay,
No, I can tell you, prices, for the last 12 months have definitely started to rise. Saying that, they started to rise 4 years ago dramatically, but definitely another bump a year ago. What was interesting is we just did a couple project walkthroughs, pass lighting, also, the facade of Longfellow. And what was refreshing is that there were more vendors that actually came to bid on the work for both projects.
Okay.
Both the city's procurement office and the facilities team of Tamara and myself noticed a lot more interest. But large projects, labor is challenging. So you might find an organization that's willing to bid and take on work, but not necessarily at a aggressive timeline that we would like,
Okay.
or that I personally would like.
That's super helpful. And when these estimates come in, do they have like a window of good for dates?
Yeah. So I'll use the example of the paths outside lighting. That has a completion date of by November 31st, for example. So it's in the RFP that goes out to all bidders.
Awesome. That's helpful. Thank you. Board Member Bryden, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Scott, for being here to answer what is now quite a list of questions that I've jotted down as we've been talking. And I'm going to try to have them be as organized as possible, but it's such a complex, big topic. And I just think it's really important. Dr. Warren, you were talking about trying to find a way to be able to, so heaven forbid there's a failure in part of the building, being able to, keep the school open. Can that concept also be leveraged in terms of the work? Can the work be done in one part of the building and have students in another part of the building?
Yeah, and sorry, I didn't express it very clearly, but that's what I meant when I said we're also still hoping to find other options beyond the ones that were presented in
Okay.
the order of magnitude study.
Okay.
And Scott is the brains behind that. That's not my expertise, but yeah, we want to keep exploring to see if there's a way we can keep students in the
Mhm.
building and do the work
Both in
at the
terms
same
of
time.
what we're like buying and then how it also gets implemented.
Yes.
Those two. Okay. All right. Super. The what we would be buying is also really interesting to me because I absolutely agree in terms of like making sure that in this upcoming school year, the next school year, kids are safe and warm and all that stuff. And this is a big investment in wanting to make sure that it is as smart an investment for the long term as we can possibly make it. So can you talk a little bit more about the electrified hybrid?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So there's basically three options. If you look, the first option is just replace the pipe that's there. Option two
Mhm.
is take the two boilers. One is by the time this project is done, no matter what, is at end of life,
Mhm.
and the other one has seen damage because of lack of water treatment. So option two is replace everything that's there. And option three is going to what's called a hybrid system.
Mhm.
And the easiest way that most Mainers could relate is imagine a very large heat pump is basically what the hybrid system is. Portland has a fossil-free initiative by 2040. Having said that, the reason why it's stated as a hybrid system is I've spoken to two different, including Harriman, two different mechanical engineers that feel that the current industrial heat pump systems
Yeah.
would not be effective on days that are like sub -5.
Yeah.
So it would be, in a perfect world, 95% of the time, it would be that electric heat pump version. And the other 5% would be a backup boiler system that ran parallel with it.
Is installation review part of the work of figuring out whether a heat pump like solution would be enough?
Yes and no. If we did cartridge units that people are familiar with, that might be on their home or their neighbor's home, it is a very extensive proposition where it's ripping down all the interior envelope walls and adding 2 inches of
Yeah.
spray foam insulation just to make the building tight enough. With this electric model, and the reason why we did the ROM, with this electric model, it allows us to use a similar hot water system to distribute heat.
Okay, and just like acknowledging that a bunch of heat's gonna fly out because it's an old building and it's not well insulated.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, there's opportunities like
Yeah.
roof is a dramatic area for
Okay.
loss of heat as well.
Okay, and I'm assuming the train is like looking at that and
Yeah, that's a second part that Sarah touched on is with this initiative with Train and their ESCO.
yeah.
Is they'll be able to work with us with current building conditions, energy usage, and work with Harriman in the building assessment to help guide us into a best case solution for what we're doing.
Yeah, am I correct in thinking that, like, in terms of prioritization, I know I heard in the remarks that middle school would be a first priority for Harriman, but then for Train, is my understanding correct that they would also be looking at prioritization in terms of like the quick hits where you can get the savings from things like LED lighting and insulation and things like that, where you can capture some energy savings and reinvest that?
Yes and no. The RFQ that we signed with Train
Yeah.
is really to be our consultants, if you will, to guide. In the first, like we just had our first kickoff meeting last week.
Yep.
And I think the smartest direction for us is to really focus on what's going on there. And we do have some like LED lighting. We're working
Yeah.
on something at Portland High right now.
Yeah.
Like the department understands some of the quick hits.
Yeah.
This is a real complex one that their resources should be focused on.
Yeah, I should have
Just in
said,
my opinion.
I should have said sooner, I'm not an expert. I'm, just a sustainability nerd. I am curious about, I think Board Member Sawtelle brought up a really good point about the city district, who pays for what. If we were to make a big investment that, so let's say that we chose a $7 million approach that allows us as a community to move towards that sustainability goal, that's also going to mean that the building is a more valuable asset with a bigger investment and better stuff. So just wanting to boost what Board Member Sawtelle was saying and remember that and have that be part of our conversation moving forward. If we were to go with the bigger investment up front for a more energy efficient system, what do the savings look like? What do the energy costs long-term look like? I'm assuming option 2 is more expensive to run.
And again, one of the benefits of having an ESCO organization like Train is they will be able to forecast what a 20-year footprint of energy
Okay.
use looks
Okay.
like.
Okay. And then my other question, I think this is the last one for now. And I don't think this is necessarily a question for Scott, but what do we know about state funding? I know at one point there had been discussion about a fund at the state level for things like this, capital improvement funding. I don't know if that has gone anywhere or if we will know about that anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't want to answer that because I don't want to give the wrong answer at this
Yeah.
point. But we can certainly come back with an update because it was a moving.
It feels
Okay.
like this is exactly what that's for. So
Right.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can certainly come back more on the
Okay.
funding side of
Yep.
things.
Thank you again for your patience with all my questions.
Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Board Member Lena?
Yes, thank you. One question I have is, do you know if Train and Harriman feel that the timeline for the presentation for the middle school proposal in October from now to then is a sufficient amount of time for them to have time to review and look at everything and give a recommendation for what to do with Lincoln?
Sure. Because we really just kicked off with Train just last week, we didn't dive into, but gave kind of a rough timeline of what everything else that is going on kind of related to it. And Sarah and I just today have a weekly meeting with Harriman on the assessment, and they are aggressively moving forward to achieve our goals.
Just one follow-up. I guess my thought is if they feel like it doesn't make sense to make a decision in isolation of just the one building versus the comprehensive plan. It's just a thought I have. I don't know.
I mean, I'll say that we did push Harriman pretty hard on that, and what would be feasible for giving us the view of all three middle school buildings as a starting point, not just looking at Lincoln in isolation. Because I mean, Scott will be the better one to tell you about this, but it's not like the other two middle school buildings are in perfect condition either, right? They have their own issues, so that's why we want to look at the full picture. And they thought that they were still going back to confirm this with the people that were actually going to have to deliver the report, but they thought they could get us something by August. And then we were going to feed that initial report from them into our sort of middle school process so that we could be ready for October. It's an aggressive timeline. I don't think there's any, arguing that. It's aggressive.
Other questions from board members? Let me just double check. Board Member Upperman, is your hand up, or you, Sarah? Okay, I see no hands online. While I have you here, I had a question from the community about the ESCO, and I just wanted to ask it, which is the ESCO will be looking at solar options as part of like the scope of their work. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. I mean,
Okay.
sustainable energy as a category, and every opportunity that it benefits PPS is part of that.
Beautiful.
But
Yeah.
one thing that's important about that is that I think one thing I've heard in the community sometimes is that if we just had the will that we could put the solar panels up and we'd be good to go. But first, just to be clear, we're very, I think pro whatever we can to be more sustainable, including solar panels where that makes sense. But the facility study that Harriman is doing comes together nicely with the Train study or the Train work, because you have to have a roof on the building that can hold the weight of the solar panels, and you have to have the infrastructure around it to make it work. So again, having all these things coming together is actually an ideal scenario.
Well, and I also think just like a gratitude to your team, because I feel like you have been doing a lot of traffic managing to be able to have these things align. So just thank you. And thank you, Scott, for staying with us and all the work that you're doing. And Tamara, if you're out there, thank you for all the work that you're doing. Yeah, so just gratitude and thank you so much for the update, and we'll look forward to the next one. All right, Dr. Warren, I think we're on to committee reports unless there's anything else that you wanted to share. Okay, so we're gonna move on to committee reports. We'll start first with finance, personnel, and operations. Go ahead, Board Member Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. My report is relatively brief. Given the fact that we are through the committee's involvement in the budget process, that freed us up at our last meeting to get our customary monthly financials report from the finance team. We had taken a pause on that because our meetings were just completely taken over with budget work. So it was nice to be able to return to that practice of getting monthly financials reported out from the finance team. We also got presentations on two separate topics. The first being a proposed restructuring of the data and technology team to allocate staff resources in a way that will address some of that team's needs and the district's needs. And then we also got a presentation on potential restructuring options for the finance team as well. And so those were good conversations about resources available and what might be needed to drive the work forward on the finance team and be able to have strong systems in place.
Beautiful. Are there any questions for Board Member Bryden? Any necessary board action?
Not at this time, but I did want to take a moment to just remind I don't need to remind anybody in this room, but to remind the community that although the committee's involvement in the budget process is over, the budget is still, an ongoing thing. And just reminding folks that June 9th is the date of the referendum to vote on the budget, and June 4th, which is the Thursday preceding June 9th, is the last day to vote via early voting in person and absentee at City Hall. So just, mark your calendars.
Yeah, and also just to update on that, I don't know if folks saw, but the city rejected 650 votes or ballots that were already sent in, and they will be reissuing those votes because they were mailed in before the budget was finally set by the city council. And the city acknowledged that they missed a piece of communication when sending those out, and will remedy that in the next cycle. But if you've already voted, be on the lookout to see if you get a new ballot, and you can also reach out to the city clerk if you have questions. And with that, I'm going to take it to policy.
Thank you. So at our last meeting, the policy committee passed updates to middle school boundaries, and this was in reaction or in reference to the amended elementary school boundaries that the school board passed a couple months ago, just to align some of the middle school boundaries to the updated elementary boundaries. For example, the area where students had been districted to Talbot, now going to Longfellow, we updated that so those students that are going to Longfellow now would then be districted to Lincoln, rather than having that group of students or a small group of them going to Lyman Moore and separating from their peers. So the middle school boundaries that we updated were really, I guess, minor in the sense that they align with the elementary boundaries, but it does affect some residences. So I think people should look at that. We are, as a board, having a first read of that tonight. There were also a few areas that were considered cleanup areas where there were sort of some strange boundary lines that made neighborhoods split to different middle schools. So that was the changes to the middle school boundaries. Nothing too dramatic, but just in alignment with the elementary boundaries that were passed. We also, as a committee, passed policy EBBD, which is the temperature standards policy. We're also looking at that tonight as a board for first read. And this sets standards for extreme temperatures, both for heat and cold, for indoors and outdoors. And we had our first discussion on the proposed calendar for the 2027-2028 school year. So not this coming school year, but the following one, in hopes that both staff and families will have ample time for vacation planning if we have that done in advance. And so for board action, tonight we are having a second read of policy GBEB, which is staff conduct with students. So that's tonight, I believe we're voting on that. And then we will review those two things that I discussed, middle school boundaries and EBBD as a first read. And at our next meeting, we will be looking at the calendar again.
Thank you, Board Member Lena. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions. Board Member Opperman, are you able to give your curriculum update?
I am, and I want to have two thank yous. One to Vice Chair Bondo, who covered and ran the meeting, the first meeting this past month, and also to the staff, because we've been asking the staff a lot of questions, and they've been very, very accommodating. So we met on April 13th and had the multilingual update and a special ed update. And then on May 11th, special ed expanded the presentation, and then we had the grading task force update. So kind of there's quite a bit written, and there's some links that I think would be useful for board members and public to access in the report. But a couple points is that the Center for Applied Linguistics did a study for the ESOL and Spanish immersion programs, and the staff basically presented that to us. Then there was no real time for conversation, but the the company was able to identify some strengths and weaknesses and suggestions to the board. And one that they suggestion, and this is why I put the link for their PowerPoint in there, the CAP wanted that the board as a whole review the key findings and consider short-term and long-term recommendations and support implementation priorities. So this really gets it when we get to budget again, as it comes around. So those slides are linked in. Then on that same evening, the SPED gave us a second update this year. This is the first year of a 5-year plan as a result of this SPED study done a year ago in January of 2025. And that study identified things like professional development and specialized programming, IEPs, and family engagement. And so in the report write-up, it tells you what some of those thoughts were, what they did, and what some of the needs that they find they have to have instead of having to look at the whole presentation. But essentially, all of the SPED is related to Strategic Plan Initiative 2.5, and there's a little explanation of how that is measured. So on May 11th, there was a continuation, expanding and lead of that discussion because we had many questions. And one of the great things about the second meeting was we got into talking about and listening to them explain how this gets from the idea and central office placement of the idea and what has to go down to the individual teachers and to the buildings, and who does that. And so we actually had, individuals who are doing that work, carrying the ideas, doing the training, explaining exactly what they were doing. It really helped a lot because SPED, and particularly SPED related to ESOL, has been a concern. And so we have more discussion, and we'll have another one at the end of the year. And the last thing was a grading task force, which was come together to charge with providing timely, accurate, and usable data in a dashboard so that we could know what's going on with the academics and other factors that might be on a dashboard about student success. And they were running into all sorts of issues between schools because of scheduling. And so aside from just pulling together what's out there, because there's such misalignment of how one grades, whether one has a 4-point scale, letters, or a 100-point scale among the schools. I know this is a lot of detail, but they referred back to a resolution from October 11th, 2022 about policy curriculum, what was then the policy curriculum committee, to develop a plan for alignment of comprehensive high schools. So they're, again, looking a little bit broader, looking at scheduling and other things related to that particular referendum. No vote needed on anything for the board as far as action, but as we get moving in and we have more things coming up to us from the public, from teachers, and we head to the next budget session, there's a lot of stuff. And the committee does a lot of digging, but I think as we approach budget season again next year, it's important for us all to understand the organization of SPED, what that October 11th, 2022 resolution said, and what's going on with ESOL. So our next meeting will be talking more SPED, more multilingual, and because that's a lot. I mean, so much of our population is involved in either multilingual learning or in special education. So we'll have a couple of those final year reports and also just a general student achievement and belonging report. That's it.
Thank you, Board Member Opperman. Are there any questions? And also just to flag for folks that we will have a multilingual presentation at the next board meeting on June 9th. So that will come as well here. I'm not seeing any questions in the room, Dr. Opperman, but folks can certainly reach out to you. I'm happy to do the public and legislative affairs update. So we had a very thorough and robust community engagement sessions this spring. We were able to hold, I think it was 5 public sessions to get to many schools and to also do high schools and I think some middle schools this spring to meet with all kinds of folks. And we are in the process of now starting to plan out what next year will be like. And some of the feedback that we heard was just like, is there a way to be providing the public with more regular updates and community engagement sessions as opposed to just having, a bunch around the beginning of the school year and a bunch around the budget process? Could we be doing like 1 or 2 every month so that the same information is going out to everybody? Another suggestion or option that's being considered is to do like a town hall format before board meetings so that we could actually be in conversation with folks, just recognizing that public comment is such a hard vehicle to actually understand one another and the issues that we're facing. So those are the conversations that we'll be having throughout the rest of this school year. In good news, we did see some fruits of our labor in our legislative work. So the EPS funding formula did change in a couple of ways that are quite beneficial to us. We do believe that there's still more changes to be made, especially around special ed funding, transportation, and also how much into account the state takes a municipality's ability to pay using the free and reduced lunch levels of that community. So, but there were regional adjustments that got put into place that will help us get back some of the money that we lost this year. And there is now beyond the valuation of property, there is 10% that is being considered around a community's ability to pay. And we also just learned a lot. We gave a ton of testimony. We had a ton of parents and family members and community members participating. So I look forward to what that could be next year as we continue to learn and go further upstream to hopefully get more equitable funding for Portland. And then finally, we did have a gubernatorial forum for the first time a couple of weeks ago, and it was a really wonderful event. There were several hundred people in attendance. We had 10 candidates across the political spectrum in the room. We had 2 students from Deering hold the container of the forum using Model UN techniques. And then we had about 5 different groups of students that had done research on issues and got up and presented context on that issues and then asked the candidates questions. And they asked about funding, but they also asked about housing and standardized tests and the values that the candidates hold. And it just really felt like it was the best of us on display. Just seeing, the ways that our students can tackle big world issues because of the environment that they have here in PPS. And I just left incredibly proud. So thankful to everybody that helped plan that, including Mr. Jellison and some other teachers that were helping support students, Grace Valenzuela and her team. But we hope to continue to I think for a while, people said, in Augusta, nobody wants to hear what Portland has to say. And I think that I think we listened to that a little bit too much. And so now we're kind of changing our strategy to be like, no, I think that we have a lot in common with a lot of municipalities across Maine. And I think using those commonalities to push for what we all need is really important. So we look forward to in the fall, thinking about how to better engage our Portland delegates and also whoever becomes our next governor. And I think that that's all I have for that committee. Any questions? All right, and then Vice Chair Bondo, I don't know if you have anything around the commitment to equity resolution. I know just to update folks on where that work is.
No, only last week then we have done the posting the proposal, so we're still waiting. So we're still on the process. I think we expect to get some around July, so we can get some updates.
So the RFP is posted?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you for that update. And then up next, we have the report of the secretary. So we have 2 sets of meeting minutes tonight. We have the consideration and action to approve the meeting minutes of April 14th, 2026 and May 12th, 2026. Are there any corrections to either of those meeting minutes? Okay, seeing no corrections to either of those sets of minutes, they are approved as distributed. And then up next, we have personnel.
Hello. We have one new hire for you this evening. This is a pre-K teacher funded by CDS, and we're excited to be filling this position. It's been vacant for quite a while, so very excited.
Beautiful. So then is there a motion for the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, the election of teacher candidate probationary? Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Bondo. Are there any questions from the board? Any general discussion? We don't take public comment on personnel items. So then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the personnel items listed, election of teacher candidate probationary. Dr. Warren, will you call the roll?
Board Member Ali. Board Member Yusra Ali. Can you see her online?
Was there?
Board Member Yusra Ali.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I just stepped away.
That's okay. Are you, we're voting on the teacher probationary item.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bondo,
Yes.
Board Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Lena,
Yes.
Member Noor, Member Opperman,
Yes.
Member Sawtell,
Yes.
Student Representative Grant. I think all of our other student representatives are either not here or have left. So Chair Lentz.
Yes. So that motion passes.
Thank you.
And then we have some new business coming up. Oh, I skipped old business first. Hold on one second. Get the right. There we go. Apologies about that. Yeah, so we're going to have old business first. We'll have up first, we have the consideration and action to approve policy changes to policy GBEB, staff engagement with students. So is there a motion for that? Thank you, Board Member Lena. Is there a second? Board Member Bryden. Are there any questions on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? I would just say that unless Board Member Lena, you want to speak to it. So this is a policy that was already at the board level, and we did instruct it to go back to policy so it could be worked on more with Board Member Sautel, joined Board Member Lena, and also got a lot of input from the community on this. So just appreciate the time and effort that went into that. Yeah, Student Representative Grant.
One is the final.
It's the one that says copy of 2026, et cetera. And then at the end, it says new policy committee approved. It's the second one on the board docs.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Any public comment on the motion? Then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you are in favor of the consideration and action to approve the changes to policy GBEB, staff engagement with students. Dr. Warren, will you please call the roll?
And can I just clarify, we're voting on a new policy, right? It's not changing. a
Yes, it's
policy.
not
I just
changes.
want to make
That's a
sure that's
good
clear to
catch.
people. This is
Can
new
I-
for us.
Can I reread the motion?
Chair Lenz, it's staff conduct with students.
The language on board docs
Is wrong.
is there's two different versions. So
Okay.
staff conduct with students is the correct.
Yes.
Okay, so then by roll call vote, please indicate whether you're in favor of adopting a new policy, policy GBEB, staff conduct with students. Dr. Warren, will you call the roll?
Member Yusra Ali,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bondo,
Yes.
Member Bryden,
Yes.
Member Lena,
Yes.
Member Noor, Member Upperman,
Yes.
Member Sautel.
Yes.
Student Representative Grant. Other student representatives have left, and Chair Lentz.
Yes, so that motion passes. And then up next, we have two items for new business. First up, we have the first read of policy EBBD, which is temperature standards for schools and vehicles. I don't know who would like to speak to this.
Either one of us can do it, but I just need to pull it up. Sorry.
Again, this is also a new policy.
Okay. So this is in response to state law. We actually had internal procedures that we had worked out as a district to help us deal with summer heat and summer programming. And then last year, the state legislature passed a law that required us to have temperature standards for school buildings. And when the policy committee took this on and started digging into it, it was decided that really we ought to be addressing the temperature in our vehicles as well as the temperature outside. So while those two elements aren't required by the law, our policy is going above and beyond, or proposed policy here by the committee is going above and beyond the state requirement. The other thing I will note is that there was quite a bit of debate within the committee about what the right boundaries would be, the upper and lower temperature standards, particularly for outdoor activities. And it bounced around a little bit. We did a lot of research. We looked at other districts and cities. There really isn't one consistent approach that you can find across Maine or across the country. And so we ended up, I think the committee weighed the questions and the concerns and landed at 0 degrees as the lower end cutoff and 95 as the upper end in this policy. So, and as you'll see, these minimum and maximum temperatures, people should be paying attention even before they get to the minimum or the maximum. And the other thing that there was quite a bit of conversation around was just making sure, and this is on staff and school leaders and school staff, to make sure that students, especially in the wintertime, are well enough equipped with cold weather gear so that when we are sending them out to play, because we know that it's great to be outside and it's good to be out moving, but that everybody's well enough dressed that they won't be cold. And so, or not overly cold. So that is this is a new policy for us. It has just been procedures for us in the past, and this is the first read.
Board Member Lena, is there anything else you would add to that?
Just echo what Dr. Warren said in that we did hear from different schools that there were different practices in place from school to school in terms of what temperatures they felt comfortable sending kids outdoors for. So there was a range. And we are hoping this helps kind of standardize that across the district. And then again, making sure that, students are well equipped, using partner organizations that have been really wonderful in giving donations to schools for cold weather gear, especially at the elementary level. But we as a committee talked a lot about this and felt good about the recommendation we have here before us.
Thank you so much. So just a reminder to the board, we will have a second read on this policy at the next meeting, and that would be a time to bring up any amendments if you have them.
Chair?
Thank you. Yes, Board Member Opperman.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate what Member Lena just mentioned about, partnership with groups providing clothing, et cetera, and that staff members will ensure if for some reason there is no partnership that's providing it, what will we do?
It's a great question. I think that would be a question for Dr. Warren.
It's something to think about.
Yeah. I mean, I think already our schools do a really nice job of having supplies on hand and clothing and outerwear on hand for students. But we talked about this in committee that as staff is taking the policy and turning it into practice and developing more robust procedures around it, that one of the things we will need to do is actually be monitoring that, because right now I think, trust schools to do it, and we know a lot of them are doing that. They have closets full of things that they have on hand for students. But that one of the procedures that would go along with this is to be a little bit more proactive at the district level about tracking that and making sure that if there is a gap, that we're helping figure out how to fill it.
And I also wondered if this would probably be under an R related to this procedure.
I can't hear you, Board Member Opperman. Could you lean into your microphone?
I can lean right in there. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. That I wonder about making sure that there are procedures for if there isn't clothing at who does belong, who doesn't belong, who can go out, who can't go out, and what the options are and how that's regulated. That's one of the concerns I have about it. So just something to think about in the development of the R, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead, Board.
Yes, Board Member Opperman, in the language of the policy, there is a line that after it says the minimum temperature for outdoors, it says at all times staff members will ensure that students are appropriately dressed for outdoor weather and when needed may shorten outdoor activities to reduce the time during which students are exposed to cold. So there is some discretion allowed within the policy.
Right, but if they could not, yes, I saw that. I just was wondering, maybe student shouldn't even go out at all, and so even for 5 minutes. So that was just my thought as you develop the R. To think about what do you do if sort of thing. But otherwise, I think it's a great policy. Thank you.
Yeah. And you know, I think that like amongst the people that were in the conversation, just from experience working with our own schools, really see a commitment right now already happening to make sure that every kid has what they need to go outside, because they also just know how valuable that is to our students and to our learning. So I think that that gave us confidence in being able to continue with that philosophy. Like I don't think that right now there are kids that are being held in because there's not enough gear to go around. Awesome. Any other questions on the temperature policy? Okay, and then up next we have the first read of the middle school attendance boundaries recommendation. I know Board Member Lena spoke to this a bit, but Dr. Warren, I don't know if there's anything else that you would add.
Can I just check, are you pausing at 8 o'clock or?
We're going to go a few minutes after 8:11 is the break, and it's just USERA that needs it. Yep.
So, do you want me to share the language? Would that be helpful?
Yes.
So let's just switch to that. So just to take one step back for those who were not following this whole process, there was a board appointed committee advisory group that worked over more than a year to come up with attendance boundaries recommendations. And the board then adopted in February of this year several recommendations that were specific to elementary school attendance boundaries. And that committee was not able to get to a point of putting forward any significant changes to middle school boundaries. They just ran out of time. And one of their recommendations was that the board then carry that forward. So the policy committee took this up with the help of the consultant that had been doing all of the sort of mapping and modeling work for the boundaries committee. And what this is a recommendation to align, and it's relatively, I'll show the map in just a second, but it's relatively small areas and a relatively limited number of students affected. But the idea is just to make the attendance boundaries for middle schools line up so that the feeder patterns are consistent and we aren't moving students into one elementary school and then suddenly shifting them back to the other middle school where they would have been going. So it's just trying to keep consistency. As you can see, it's a relatively small number here. 23 students in grades 6 to 8 who reside in the area that was moved into Talbot, and then 10 students in grades 6 to 8 who reside in the area that was moved into Longfellow, who would be going from Moore to Lincoln in this new configuration. And then in the southern area of the city, one student in grade 6 to 8 that's in the area slated to move from King into Moore. And then anything else on the map is actually just cleanup. It doesn't actually have any students in it. And this is the, I think, easiest map to look at. So I'm just going to show this one. Where you see the hashtags, that is where there's a proposed change. And it's just, again, it's cleaning up these feeders. And you'll see the Lincoln Moore kind of shift up here, higher up on the map. And then down below is what they referred to in the description as the southern changes. And the policy committee's intention in putting this forward was for this to take effect to clean up these boundaries, but not to force a move by any existing middle school students, so that they would be able to stay wherever they are now if they choose to. And this would come into effect for anyone who is new coming into these particular areas and going into middle school.
Any board member Lena, go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Warren, I think that during the policy committee meeting, we discussed the second bullet point that actually it should say King into Lincoln. I believe it was that area on Stevens Avenue that we discussed. I wasn't sure if you had a chance to review that with the demographer.
No, I think we agreed that that was a typo and it just, we failed to clean it up. So that is I apologize. That's a
So it
correction
should
that should
say
be made.
King.
But I think the map was
into-
fairly
Yeah,
clean.
King into
Clear,
Lincoln.
yeah.
Yeah. And those who are listening, there's an area on Stevens Avenue just south of Brighton, where students are districted to go right now to King Middle School, but the dead end streets surrounding it, those students go to Lincoln. So it's kind of this weird island among the neighborhood where the students on Stevens go to King, but the students around them go to Lincoln. So that just changes that strip of Stevens Avenue to be part of the Lincoln neighborhood.
Thank you for holding all of those details. Board
Yes,
Member
thank you.
Lena.
And I was going to see if I could just change it in real time right now, but I can't because I've got a PDF version here. So we will fix that and
Perfect.
send it back around.
Any other questions about this? Yeah, Board Member Bryden.
Thank you, Chair. I am wondering about any families that might be impacted that are moving from, for students who are wrapping up fifth grade and heading in to sixth grade next year. I'm assuming it's a small number of families. Is there going to be proactive outreach to folks who maybe have, on the edge of their seat, trying to figure out how to navigate this? Particularly, I'm thinking about in the Talbot community, there's a small handful of students that would be going to Lyman Moore or have been preparing to go to Lyman Moore. It looks, if I'm understanding correctly, that if this passes, they would all of the Talbot community would go to Lincoln, and just wanting to make sure that we're reaching out to families to clarify.
Do you have a sense of when any of those communications would go out or not yet?
No, I mean, so there have already been conversations and communications around the elementary boundaries, but there haven't been any that I'm aware of around middle school boundaries. So we would have to do that. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. And we can follow up on that. Any other questions or thoughts? Okay, then we're going to go ahead and move into a recess of 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 8:20 to vote on going into executive session.
There she is.
Round. Thank you, Greg. I will send her note. We're just waiting for Vice Chair Bondo to come back so that we can go into executive session. Oh, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have a quorum.
With Julianne.
I'm
Yes,
right here.
she's online. Okay. Oh, sorry, did not count correctly. We'll go ahead and we've got a series of executive sessions to move into tonight. So I'm going to read them all off and then we'll vote on them collectively and we'll just roll from one to the other. So we've got the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E to consult with legal counsel. We have the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056D to discuss the Portland Administrators Association negotiations, that's PAA. Consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056D to discuss the special education coordinators negotiations, and the consideration and action to enter into executive session pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056D to discuss the multilingual specialists negotiations. Is there a motion to enter into executive session? Thank you, Board Member Bryden. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Bondo. All those in favor? Okay, all those in favor in the room, and Board Member Opperman, are you in favor?
I'm in favor. I raise my hand.
Thank you. So then we will move into executive session. We'll come back to adjourn. All right, we are back. So I'm going to move to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second? Thank you, Board Member Lena. All those in favor? So that is unanimous. We are adjourned at 10:34.